Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome here to a very rainy Sunday afternoon. It is a conference doubleheader between the Beavers of Maine and Farmington. They come into this one 9-25 on the season, 3-12 in North Atlantic Conference play. They are the rare home team on the road here at the Winkin Sports Complex. The Eagles are the rare visitors at home team today. They come in 20-13 on the season, 12-3 in conference play. This doubleheader was supposed to be at Farmington here, but with the rain, they decided to move it down here. I'm Jake Willett. Thank you for joining me here on this afternoon. We're riding solo this afternoon. So Jamison Block is the one to get the ball for the Beavers here in game one of the doubleheader. Block on season, 4.85 ERA, coming in 1-4, 11 appearances, has a complete game and a shutout, 2 saves, 24 and a third, 13 strikeouts to 7 walks. Opponents are batting .330 against the lefty. For the Eagles, it'll be the normal crew in the lineup. Kira Warren, Tanner Evans, Jackson Curtis, 1 through 3. Holmes, Hunter Curtis, Ryan Buskett in the middle of the order. Remetta, Sear, and Marshall round out the order for Coach Morris. Here it'll be Block from the set. And the first pitch of the afternoon is in for a strike to the left fielder, Warren. Again, the Eagles are on the road here at home. Block gets set and fires outside, 1-1. Block kicks and fires the big breaking ball. Ripped foul down the line. It's 1-2 to the left fielder, Warren. Warren hitting .352 on the season. 7 doubles, triple, 3 homers, 29 RBIs, 19 stolen bases. Block slide step fastball. Rides a little bit outside, 2-2. Wet conditions here on the turf, so a lot of people are going to be slipping, so you can't over adjust. And the 2-2 from Block, again outside. So full count to Warren. Warren comes into this one with a astonishing over 1,000 OPS. In the 3-2, Warren works another walk on the season. So that's the 27th walk of the season for Kira Warren. Bringing up Tanner Evans. 297 on the season. 5 doubles, a triple, 16 RBIs. Picked up his 100th career RBI yesterday in the 17-1 win for the Eagles in game 1 of the series at Farmington. Block throws his patented breaking ball on the outside corner for a strike, so 0-1. Here's the pitch. Evans pulls back a bunt, so it's 1-1 now. The 1-1 is not made. Throw over to first. Warren back with a dive. Beavers in the field. There you go. Peterson, Bell, Ike, Wrigley from left to right. Pruitt, Tibbetts, Coombs, and Sargent. Infield. Another ball outside. This count moves to 2-1. And then Pudge Lewis behind the plate. Catching block. Last time out between these two was a 17-1 win for the Eagles. Warren, Rendell, and Jackson Curtis all had 3 hits. Another bunt attempt. Breaking ball. Clips the outside corner. 2-2. Block working from the third base side of the rubber as that cross set. Pickoff move. Warren back with a dive. And the 2-2 from Block. Curveball hit out to right. Underneath of it is Wrigley. He makes the play out in right for out number 1. So in steps Jackson Curtis. Currently hitting .390 on the season. 12 doubles, a triple, 7 homers, 41 RBIs. Hit a double in game 1 against Farmington. Warren again back with a dive at first. Warren off with the pitch, and he is in with a slide. So the first pitch was a ball there. Warren takes second. So Warren picks up his 20th stolen base of the season. Jackson Curtis, one of the best players to ever come through this program. Big loop and breaking ball inside to the back foot, 2-0. But Curtis leads a lot of categories here when it comes to the offensive numbers. Another pitch high and away, so it's 3-0 to the first baseman. Block gets set for the 3-0. The pitch is in for a strike. So 3-1. And the 3-1 from Block runs outside, so Curtis will reach with a walk. So the second walk in the frame allowed by Block. So in steps Matt Holmes in .317 on the season, 5 doubles, 3 triples, 10 home runs. So he's 1 homer away from tying the single season home run record. Warren with a fantastic jump there at second. And he takes third. And the first pitch was outside to Holmes. So another stolen base there from Warren. Putting him at 21 now on the season. So runners on the corners for the lefty. Here's the pitch. Outside, 2-0. Matt Holmes, the last time the Eagles were here at home, he hit a ball a very long ways to right field. That one is in for a strike, so 2-1. But Matt Holmes, there's some houses beyond the right field fence here, and it went towards the houses. It was a great ball. Still might not have landed. That was a week ago. 2-2. 2-2 to the right fielder. left on left matchup here. The 2-2 is off the plate, 3-2. So another long at bat here from the Eagles. Second full count of the inning. Block, sets, kicks, and fires. And another one works for ball 4. So bases will be loaded for the center fielder, Hunter Curtis. And Lewis comes out for a meeting on the mound. So in steps Hunter Curtis. First pitch to him is in on the corner for a strike. Hunter Curtis did not like the call there. Hunter Curtis, 301 on the season. 7 doubles, 2 homers, 21 RBIs. Swings and misses at that one, so it's 2-2. 0-2. And the 0-2 is outside, 1-2. Per conference rules, it's 2 7-inning games today. 1 win for the Eagles. They clinch the 1 seed and will host the NAC playoffs later this year. That one's hit a mile in the air. Underneath of it is Tibbetts, and he will make the play for out number 2. So it will bring in the designated hitter, Ryan Buskett. First pitch to Buskett. Slider off the plate. So 1-0. The 1-0. Buskett in on the hands. Out into no man's land, and that'll get down in foul territory. So the count evens up at 1 to the left-handed hitter Buskett. On the season, hitting .233, 3 doubles, 5 RBIs. And the 1-1. Outside, 2-1. And the 2-1 from Block. Off the plate again, 3-1. And the 3-1. Swung on, foul tipped into the mitt, so 3-2. So runners will be off on the pitch here. And the 3-2. Swung on, fouled off. Into the seats. So we'll redo the 3-2. And the 3-2. Swung on, hitting the under center. Bell giving chase, and he's there to make the play for out number 3. So the Eagles leave the bases loaded, and after a half frame, we are 0-0 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network, Jake Willett here in the booth. First pitch from Alex Smith is in for a strike. So the Beavers will get their first chance at the grad student. Wrigley fouls that one off, so it's 0-2. So Ike Wrigley, the first one to step in the box. The 0-2 just misses. So it's 1-2. Alex Smith, last time out against Thomas, got the win, moving to 3-2 on the season. Little weak dribbler up the middle. Sear giving chase, fields with the glove, throws on the run, and not in time. So it's an infield single for Ike Wrigley. Bringing in the second baseman, Nate Coombs. So the Beavers, they will go Wrigley, Coombs, Sargent, 1-3-3. Then the pitcher Block hits in the 4-hole, followed by Lewis, Peterson, Pruitt, Tibbetts, and Grayson Bell rounds out the order. Wrigley off with the first pitch. The throw down from Remetta is in there. Beautiful throw from Remetta. Beautiful tag there from Sear. And Ike Wrigley is cut down on the base paths. The 0-1 from Smith. Lined over the football press box here at the Winkin. So it's 0-2. That is the 17th runner caught stealing by the Eagles. And the 0-2 from Smith. Off the plate, 1-2. The 1-2. High and away, 1-2. 2-2. Eagles wearing their green tops with the gray pinstripe pants. And the 2-2 from Smith. That one is hit in the air and foul. So 2-2. The Beavers wearing their alternate maroon pinstripes. Very nice uniform combo for the Beavers. And the 2-2 swung on, hit in the air to left. Warren giving chase. Evans giving chase. Warren there in foul territory makes the play for out number 2. So in steps Ryan Sargent, captain for this Beavers team, hitting .385 on the season. 9 doubles, 4 homers, 27 RBIs. Over an 1,100 OPS. First pitch from Smith. Runs a little bit inside into the kitchen. 1-0. Smith winds and fires. In for a strike, 1-1. Alex Smith, one of the faster workers in the conference, gets the ball and goes, which is very nice here in the booth. The pitch, Sargent fouls that one off. It's 1-2 now. The count to the first baseman, Sargent, the senior from Windham, Maine. And the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Alex Smith picks up the swinging strikeout to end the first. And after one, we are knotted up at 0 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. And we're back here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. It'll be 7-9 due up for the Eagles here in the top half of the second inning to face the lefty block. So it is Remetta, Sear, Marshall. Pitch from block. He is in for a strike, so it's 0-1. It is 0-2. Working so fast, we're missing pitches. Ball grounded over the head of block, and the throw to first is not in time. And after quick consideration, Meta is called out at first base. So the original call was safe, and then after a very quick consideration, first base umpire makes the call The first pitch to Sear, big looping breaking ball. It's in for a strike. So 4-pitch mix from Block, fastball, big curveball. He's got the sweeper, and he's got the changeup. 1-1. So Keegan Sear steps in at 280 on the season. Double, 2 RBIs. And he gets hit in the knee/shin area. So that lower leg. Sear looking to try and walk it off. Block was not happy with himself. We'll look to see if Sear can continue here this afternoon. And Sear will make his way down to first. So Sear will continue in this one. So fourth free base runner allowed by Block. So fourth base runner on the afternoon for the Eagles here in the top half of the second. And in steps Colin Marshall. Sear, very decent lead over there at first. First pitch is way off the plate. 1-0 to Colin Marshall. Marshall hitting .253 on the season. Double, a triple, a homer. 15 RBIs. And the slide step from Block. Clips the outside corner, evening up the count at 1. Marshall over 2 with 2 stolen bases in yesterday's one contest. Game 2 got rained out. Quick move. And Sear back in with a dive. Another move over. Sear back in standing. And a third move over. Block comes home and throws a strike. It's 1-2 to the number 9 man, Marshall. That one swung on, hit to right on a line, and there to make the play is Wrigley for out number 2. And we return to the top of the Eagles order with Akir Warren. Walk, stole 2 bases, and was stranded at third in the first. So the second plate appearance in as many innings for Warren. Quick move. And Sear back in with a slide. Warren yesterday went 3 for 4 with 2 doubles, an RBI, stolen base. First pitch of the at-bat outside, 1-0. Outside. And Warren, Keegan Sear takes second base there. And delayed steal, beautiful base running there from the Eagles. And the 2-0 is low, 3-0. So Sear is at second. after the hit by pitch and then a delayed steal. Warren takes the 3-0 for a strike. It's 3-1. So that's the third stolen base in the afternoon for the Eagles. The 3-1. Big cut on and miss from Warren. Count moves full. So 3-2, 2 outs here in the top half of the second inning. Jake Willett with you here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. The 3-2. Swung on and line foul. That was very close down that right field line. The 3-2. Swung on, hit down the line, and foul and out of play. So we will remain 3-2. And the 3-2. Swung on, hit into the left center gap. That one's going to get down. Sears going to score from second. Warren into second. He's rounding to head to third. The throw in. And Warren in with a head-first slide. So an RBI triple for Akira Warren. Warren saw Bell collide into the center field wall. So the Eagles take a 1-0 lead here in the top half of the second. Bringing in Tanner Evans. Flew out to right in his first appearance. First pitch from Block. Big cut on and miss from Evans, so 0-1. The 0-1 from Block. Swung on and caught there at second by Coombs. But an RBI triple for Akira Warren puts the Eagles up 1-0 here after an inning and a half here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Jake Willett back here with you on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. And the first pitch from Smith was in for a strike. The pitcher / designated hitter. Jamison blocks. So it's now 1-1 now. The count to the pitcher. Beavers incorporating the Ohtani rule here in college baseball. Smith's pitch is inside 2-1. But the Ohtani rule, basically, if Block was to be removed from the mound, he would still be in the lineup. Here's the designated hitter. Block fouls that one off, so it's 2-2. Block at the plate so far this season. 263, 11 doubles, a homer, 15 RBIs. Went 0 for 1 with a walk yesterday. And went 1 for 10 in the series last year against the Eagles here at the Winkin. And the 2-2 from Smith. Hit in the air to shallow center. And Hunter Curtis calls off the two middle infielders to make the play for out number 1. So in steps Pudge Lewis, sophomore from Blue Hill, Maine. 265, 2 doubles, 5 RBIs on the season for the right-handed hitting catcher. Check swing foul. So it's 0-1. Lewis went 2 for 3 yesterday. That one is there. 0-2. Count to the catcher. Lewis had half of the hits yesterday for the Beavers in a 17-1 loss. That one's grounded up the line, foul. Heading into the Farmington bullpen. And the 0-2 from Smith. Wines fires. Swung on and fouled off out of play. Last year, the Beavers went 10-29 on the season. Lewis fouls off another one. Pesky hit bat here for Lewis. Remains 0-2. The 0-2 fouled off again to the right side. And the 0-2 from Smith. Swung on, hit in the air, and into center field for a base hit. So Lewis continues his hot stretch here in this series with a single up the middle. So in steps the left fielder Sam Peterson. Very limited at bats for the left fielder, only 2 for 6 on the season. Pitch from Smith. Paints the corner. And the 0-1. Outside, 1-1. And the 1-1. Swung on, fouled back to the screen. It's 1-2. Peterson went 0 for 6 in the series last year against the Eagles. And the 1-2. Swung on, grounded up the first baseline, foul. And the 1-2. Swung on, liner up the middle, and down in front of Hunter Curtis for a hit. Throw into second, not in time. So back-to-back singles for the Beavers. So the Beavers 2 hits, had 4 hits yesterday, and two of the players that got hits in this inning. First pitch, low and away, ball 1 to the third baseman, Johnny Pruitt. And the 1-0 from Smith. Swung on, hit in the air to right. Holmes giving chase. That's going to drop down in front of Holmes. Spins, fires in, all the way to the plate. So the bases are loaded on 3 straight singles for the Beavers. So in steps Cal Tibbetts. Hitting .067 on the season. The pitch. Big looping curveball from Smith. It's high 1-0. Pitch high above the letters, so 2-0. The 2-0 from Smith. High 3-0. Here's the 3-0. In for a strike. And Alex Smith will walk in a run. So the bases will remain loaded. Here with 1 out, Grayson Bell will step in to try and extend the lead. Trying to give the Beavers the lead here. Bell swings at the first pitch, fouls it off. Pitch outside. One one. On the corner. So 1-2. Fouled off. Remains 1-2. So we'll have a meeting at the mound here for the Eagles. So after the meeting, the 1-2 from Smith. Outside 2-2. Two from Smith. Outside 3-2. There's action up in the Eagles bullpen. Here's the 3-2. Outside, ball 4. So another run comes across the plate for the Beavers. And in steps Ike Wrigley. First pitch to Wrigley is in for a strike. Wrigley singled in the first and was caught stealing. Pitch grounded up the first baseline, foul in front of the Farmington dugout. So 0-2 now. With games on Thursday, be quick days for the Eagles here on the mound. And the 0-2 from Smith runs a bit inside, so it's 1-2. Traffic all over the base paths. This pitch swung on, hit in the air to right. Holmes gets underneath of it. Makes the play. Throw comes in. Cut off there by Sear. So another run comes across the plate on the sac fly for the second out of the inning. And Nate Coombs steps in as the 8th man to bat here in the second. 3 runs have come across the plate for the Beavers here in the bottom half of the second inning. First pitch, outside. And the 1-0 runs inside, 2-0. The 2-0. Line drive. There to make the play is Warren for out number 3. But not before the Beavers score 3 runs in the bottom half of the second. They lead after 2, 3-1 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the third inning. Jake Collette here with you on the Husson Eagles Sports Network here in the booth at the Winkin Sports Complex here on the campus of Husson University. Block's first pitch is inside for a ball. But a big offensive inning for the Beavers. And three singles, 2 walks, scored 3 runs. Ground ball, Pruitt over to first, and a good pick over there by Sargent for out number 1. So in steps Matt Holmes. He walked in the first and was stranded at first. And the pitch from Block is low and away, ball 1. Pitch from Block. In for a strike, 1-1. Big cut on and miss from Holmes on the off-speed pitch, 1-2. Pitch. Outside, 2-2. And the pitch. Big cut on and miss. So Holmes strikes out swinging for out number 2. That's the first strikeout of the afternoon for Block. Henry Logier is in the box to pinch hit. Lays down a bunt. Block field, fires over to first, not in time. So Henry Logier lays down a bunt single. Comes off the bench, lays down a bunt single. So in steps Ryan Buskett. Outside, 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Logier on first after a bunt single. The 2-0 to Buskett. He's outside, 3-0. Low for ball 4. That's going to sneak past the catcher, Lewis. So 4-pitch walk to Ryan Buskett. Brings up the catcher, Ryan Remetta. Remetta came in as a quarterback for the football team. Came over to the baseball team, was a pitcher for 2 years, and now has been a mainstay behind the dish for the Eagles. Big breaking ball from Block off the plate. Eagles also had trouble facing Block last year. Block went 6 innings, gave up 6 hits, 1 run, walked 1, struck out 3. That one's high. It's 2-0. Block, very deceptive delivery from the left side. Runners on first and second. That pitch is outside, 3-0. Keegan Sear is on deck. Would be in the box if it came to it. The 3-0. Outside ball 4, loading the bases. And we will have a meeting at the mound before Sear can step to the box. First pitch to Sear outside. 1-0. So 9 straight balls from Block. Here's the 1-0. In there for a strike. So it's 1-1. It's the 1-1. In for a strike, 1-2. Two and two. The 2-2 from Block. Outside, 3-2. 3-2, 2 outs. Runners will be on the move here with the pitch. The 3-2. Swung on, hit in the air to left. And that one will get down in foul territory, but a good effort there by Cal Tibbetts on the dive. So the runners will retreat back to their original bases. Block gets set. And the 3-2 again. Swung on, hit down the line, and foul. So there's action in the Farmington bullpen. And we will be back here with another 3-2. The 3-2 from Block. Swung on, popped up, and foul into the seats. So again, we will do the 3-2. The 3-2. In there for strike 3. And Block picks up a pair of shoes to end top half of the third. The Eagles strand the bases loaded. And it is 3-1 after 2.5 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network, the bottom of the third inning. First pitch to Ryan Sargent is outside for a ball, 1-0. So it'll be Sargent, Block, and Lewis. Pitch swung on, ball still in play. Rometta tosses the mask there to make the play for out number 1 in foul territory. So in steps Jamison Block. First pitch to Block, swung on, hit foul out of play. And that one is going to hit Block. Smith steps off to reset here. So in steps Pudge Lewis, singled and scored in the second. Pitches in for a strike. Bunted foul. 0-2. And the 0-2. Swung on, hit in the air. Holmes underneath of it, makes the play for out number 2. First pitch, swung on, hit foul. It's 0-1. That one is high, 1-1. Peterson singled and scored in the second. Swung on and missed. 1-2. And the 1-2. Swung on, fouled off. Pitch. Dribbler in front of the plate. Remetta throws on to first. And in time. So Smith works around a hit by pitch. And after 3, the Beavers lead the Eagles 3-1 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here for the top of the 4th inning here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. It'll be 9-1-2 to face the lefty block. Marshall, Warren, and Evans. First pitch is in for a strike. The 0-1. Fouled off at the plate. It's 0-2. Decent crowd here on hand, even though it's been steadily raining throughout the morning and early afternoon. We're past the 2 o'clock hour here. The 0-2. Fouled off and out of play. That one is hit foul towards the Farmington bullpen, and it'll get down in foul territory. So we remain 0-2. Eagles 1 run on 2 hits so far through 3 innings. The Beavers 3 runs on 4 hits. No errors in the contest for either team. And the 0-2. Outside 1-2. And backdoor breaking ball in there for strike 3. Another pair of shoes picked up by Jamison Block for the first out of the frame. So we move back to the top of the Eagles order. First pitch to Warren. He's in for a strike. Warren swings and hits that one into left field for a base hit. So Warren 2 for 2 on the day. Single, a triple, walk in his 3 play appearances. So in steps Tanner Evans, 0 for 2, flew out to right, lined out to second in his first 2 at bats, and takes strike 1. And throw over to first. Warren back in. The 0-1. Swung on, hit to center. But Bell was playing Evans perfectly out there in left center for out number 2. In steps Jackson Curtis. First pitch to Curtis is in there for a strike. Another backdoor breaking ball from Block. Outside 1-1. And Warren off with the pitch to throw down. In time. So Akira Warren gets caught stealing. And after 3.5, it's still 3-1. Beavers on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the fourth, as Johnny Pruitt flies out to right on one pitch for out number one. So it'll bring in Cal Tibbetts, who walked and was stranded at third in the second. First pitch from Smith, swung on and missed. Pitch in from Smith. Ground ball to short. Sear, right left, tosses over to first, and sets down Tibbetts for out number two. So that'll bring up Grayson Bell, the number 9 hitter. First pitch is outside, 1-0. And the 1-0 from Smith. Swung on, hit in the air right. And there to make the play is Holmes. So a quick 3 up, 3 down for Alex Smith. The Eagles will head back to the plate. And after 4, score remains 3-1 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here for the top of the 5th. And Jackson Curtis will head back to the batter's box. And take a breaking ball on the outside half for strike 1. That one's low and in for ball 1. That one's called strike 1 and 2. The pitch swung on, hit into the gap, and that'll get down. And it'll one-hop the wall. Curtis rounding first and will head into second standing. So a leadoff double for Jackson Curtis. So that'll bring up Matt Holmes. Walked in the first, struck out in the third. First pitch to Holmes is high for ball one. And the 1-0. Swung on, hit foul, and into the seats. And that'll even up the count at 1. Block gets set. The 1-1 to Holmes. Swung on, fouled back. So 1-2 to the right fielder. Action up in both bullpens here. Pitch swung on, fouled off out of play to the left. The 1-2. Swung on, hit a mile in the air. Block calling for it. And there to make the play is Sargent in foul territory for out number 1. Henry Losier steps in, 1 for 1 on the day. Singled back in the third after he pinch hit for Hunter Curtis. Pitch. High and away, ball 1. The 1-0. Outside 2-0. Two-0. In there for a strike, 2-1. Outside 3-1. Fouled off to the screen. Fills up the count. And the 3-2. Swung on, hit down the line. And that one's going to get down and up against the wall. Rometta rounding second. He is full steam ahead into third. So an RBI triple for Henry Losier. And the Eagles cut the deficit to 1. So we have a meeting at the mound here. Before Ryan Buskett will step in. So Ryan Buskett steps in. Infield moves in. Big breaking ball. Low for ball one. Here's the pitch. Another piece of soft salad. Fouled off to the screen. So 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Buskett hits that one in the left. That should get one in. Underneath the vid is Peterson. The throw comes in, and it's cut off. So a sac fly for Ryan Buskett ties up the ball game at 3. And in steps the catcher, Ryan Remetta. And we will have a pitching change here. We'll get you the name on the other side. Eagles tied it up. We have a pitching change here at the Winkin here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network, it is Lucas Tuttle, the senior from Framingham, Mass. He is the one to get the ball out of the bullpen. Block went 4 2/3, give up 3 hits, 3 runs, 5 hits, 5 walks, 3 strikeouts. First pitch from Tuttle is away for ball 1. To Remetta. Big looping curveball in for a strike, 1-1. Tuttle, 5.74 ERA, 3-1 on the season, 21 appearances, 1 game started. 31 in the third innings pitched. That one is in for a strike. 15 strikeouts to 12 walks. He's allowed 1 homer. Opponents hitting .343 against the righty. Remetta grounds that one to short. Tibbetts and throw over to first is dug out there by Sargent. So Tuttle gets the one guy he faces. And it'll be the top of the Beavers order here in the top half of the 5th inning as Alan Wheaton takes over for the Eagles. 3-3 after 4.5 on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network, Alan Wheaton takes over for the Eagles. 6.20 ERA on the season, 2-3 in 11 appearances, 1 save, 20 in a third. Innings pitched, 21 strikeouts, just 8 walks. First pitch grounded to first. Curtis steps on the bag. 1 pitch, 1 out. And that'll bring up Nate Coombs. Smith, through 70 pitches, 4 innings, 3 runs, all of them earned, 4 hits, 2 walks, 1 strikeout on the day for the grad student. Pitch from Wheaton, swung on, dribbler, and that one gets foul. Wheaton's last appearance came back on the 29th against Thomas, picked up the loss. 2 hits, 2 earned runs, and a homer allowed. Did not record an out. That one against the Terriers. Wheaton kicks and fires. Swung on and missed. It's 0-2. And the 0-2. Inside, 1-2. Pitch swung on, hit deep to right, at the wall, and foul. So Coombs gave that one a ride, but just yanked it foul. And the 1-2. Curveball outside. 2-2. Wheaton tried to go with the hammer curveball there. Pitch swung on, hit in the air to center. Lozier on the run, into the gap, makes the play. Henry Lozier runs that one down in left center for out number 2. That'll bring up the first baseman, Ryan Sargent. And the pitch from Wheaton. Slow for ball 1. Wheaton kicks and fires. Another hammer curveball. Low, 2-0. The 2-0. Swung on, ground ball to first. Curtis picks it up, steps on the bag. 3 up, 3 down inning for Alan Wheaton. We are tied after 5 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network here in the top half of the sixth of a 7-inning contest. Keegan Sear leading off against Tuttle. And one grounded to third. Pruitt, toss over to first. In time, 1 pitch, 1 out. First pitch from Tuttle. Ball one. That one's low, 2-0. Three and 0. Tuttle pitched yesterday against the Eagles through an inning, gave up 2 hits. And one's in there for a strike, 3-1. The count to Marshall. And that one's low for ball 4. So back to the top of the order in Akira Warren. Pitch to Warren. Inside for ball. Warren 2 for 2, tripled in the second, singled in the fourth, and walked in the first. Throw over to first. Warren, dribbler. Played it on a bounce from Pruitt. Throw over to first. Dug out by Sargent. For out number 2. Pitch to Evans. Curveball in for a strike. The 0-1. Swung on, fouled off. Count moves to 0-2. The 0-2. Swung on, golfed into the air, into left, and that's going to get down for a base hit. So an RBI single for Tanner Evans. And the Eagles take the lead. In steps Jackson Curtis. Pitch low and away for ball 1. 2-0 to Curtis. Throw over to first. Evans back in with a dive. Pitch swung on, fouled off to the right and out of play. It's a 2-1. The count to Curtis. A 2-1. Swung on, hit in the air, playable. And there to make the play is Lewis for out number 3. But the Eagles get one run on an RBI single from Tanner Evans. They lead 4-3 after 5.5 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here for the bottom of the 6th. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 to face Allen Wheaton. Allen's low and away for ball 1. Now it's 2-0 to block. That one is in there, 2-1. That one's grounded to short. Sear throws on to first in time for out number 1. First pitch from Wheaton is in for a strike to Lewis. So 0-1. Count moves to 1-1. We're here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Eagles lead 4-3 over the Farmington Beavers. Big curveball. Backs Lewis out of the way. It's 1-2. And the 1-2 from Wheaton. Swung on and missed on the off-speed pitch. So Allen Wheaton picks up his first strikeout of the afternoon for the second out of the frame. Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit in the air to center. Logier in a dead sprint. And it pops in and out of the glove. So Peterson reaches on the air. And a pitch from Wheaton. Swung on, fouled off, 0-1. The 0-1. 1-1. Here's the pitch. 2-1. Two. Fouled off. So now it's 2-2. To the third baseman, Pruitt. And the 2-2. Three and two. And the 3-2. That one is outside for ball 4. And we will have a call to the bullpen. Here, 2 runners on. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Cam Rendell heading to the hill here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. And the hard-throwing righty, Cam Rendell, takes the mound. with 2 runners on, both the responsibility of Alan Wheaton. Rendell in the season, 1 inning pitch, 2 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. He gets the 8th man in the order. First pitch from Rendell, runs inside the kitchen. 1-0. The 1-0. All speed in there for a strike. 1-1. That one had a little extra hair on it. Outside, 2-1. The 2-1 from Rendell. Low. 3-1. The 3-1. So, bases will be loaded for the number 9 man, Grayson Bell. Rendell kicks and fires. First pitch, grounder back to the mound. Rendell throws it up the line. 1 run will score, 2 runs will score. In comes the third. And Bell will be on third base. So, after the air, the Beavers score 3. Swing and a miss from Wrigley. So 2 errors on the play. Rendell kicks and fires. High. 1-1. That one is in for a strike. 1-2. The 1-2 from Rendell. Swung on and missed. So Rendell picks up a strikeout to end the inning, but not before the Beavers scored 3. They lead 6-4 heading into the top of the 7th here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the 7th inning. Holmes, Lozier, and Buskett. Holmes fouled off the first pitch here at the plate. One and one. That one's ripped down the line. Foul. That one's fouled off. It's 1 and 2. Two and two. Holmes dribbles that one up to first, and Sargent steps on the bag for out number 1. First pitch to Lozier, fouled off. 0 and 1. That one swung on, hit deep to left at the wall, and it's out of here! Henry Lozier! Henry Lozier. It's that one over the left field wall. And the Eagles are down 1. And we have a new pitcher coming in for the Beavers. We'll get you the name on the other side here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. And the righty TJ Dorn steps onto the hill. 19 appearances so far for the Beavers. First pitch to Buskett is inside for ball 1. with one out here in the top half of the seventh. The pitch. Swung on, hit foul. 1-1. A homer from Lozier was his first of the season. The pitch. Runs inside. 2-1. Doran last pitched yesterday against the Eagles. 2 innings pitched, 2 hits, 2 runs, 3 walks, 1 strikeout. And then last time these two teams squared off before this season, did not record an out. 3 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks in 5 batters faced. Pitch evens up the count at 2. 2-2, 1 out here to Ryan Buskett. The 2-2. Swung on, ground ball to second. Coombs throws on the first for the second out of the frame. Jack Cody steps in. To pinch hit for Ryan Remetta. Jack Cody on the season, 2 for 8, 2 RBIs. .455 on base percentage. First pitch to Cody. Outside, 1-0. That one's low, 2-0. The 2-0. In for a strike. The 2-1. Just a bit outside. Three and 1. Three 1. That one runs inside. So Jack Cody on with a walk. So the Eagles still alive here for Keegan, for a pinch hitter. It won't be Keegan Sear. It'll be Justin Salvatore. So Salvatore is the last batter, last opportunity here for the Eagles. The Eagles down to their last out. And the throw over to first. Pitch to Salvatore. Big swing and a miss. Fouled off. 0-1. Here's the pitch. Outside, 1-1. Throw over to first. Back with a dive. Here's the pitch. Outside. 2-1. Here's the pitch. Runs inside. 3-1. Colin Marshall on deck. The 3-1. Low for ball 4. And we will have a runner. It'll be Joe Hamlin. So Hamlin will run for Salvatore. And that is the go-ahead run at first base. Tying run at second. They have a meeting at the mound. There is action up in the Farmington bullpen. Colin Marshall, 0 for 2, walk and scored. Lined out in the second, struck out looking in the fourth. And we will have a conference between the umpires. So we will step in here. 2 outs here in the top half of the 7th. Eagles down to the last out. Colin Marshall steps in. Pitch in is outside. 1-0. Cody on second. Hamlin on first. 2 speedy base runners. Dorn sets at the belt. Kicks and delivers. Strike 1. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Dorn. Outside. 2-1. The 2-1 is not made. The 2-1 to Marshall. Outside, 3-1. Warren on deck. The 3-1. High for ball 4. Dorn did not like the call. But the bases are now loaded for the leadoff hitter, Akira Warren. We will go to the bullpen. Eagles threatening with the bases loaded here in the top half of the 7th inning here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here in the top half of the 7th inning. Logan Holcomb, the senior, 9.82 ERA on the season. 14 appearances, 1 save, 14 and 2/3 innings pitched. 16 hits allowed, 16 earned runs allowed, 9 walks to 6 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting .276 off the senior righty. But it will be the top of the order. First pitch to Warren, way outside. The 1-0 is in for a strike. 1-1. The 1-1. Swung on, hit foul. So the Eagles down to their last strike. Cody on third, Hamlin on second, Marshall at first. Bases drunk here for Warren. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. Holcomb fires the glove. And the Beavers take game 1, 6-5. And we will be back here in about a half hour for game 2 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Jake Willett back here with you for game 2 of this doubleheader between the Eagles and the Beavers. You're just joining us. The Eagles lost game 1, 6-5. Henry Logier hit his first homer of the season in the top half of the 7th, but it wasn't enough to get it done. And Akira Warren takes the first pitch from Chris Albert, low for ball 1. And we're underway here in game 2. That one is in for a strike. It's 1-1. Pitch from Albert is in the dirt. 2-1. Defensively for the Beavers, it is Peterson, Bell, Wrigley from left to right. Pruitt, Tibbetts, Combs, and Sargent in the infield with Dorn behind the dish. The 2-1 is in for a strike. It's 2-2. And the 2-2 from Albert. Swung on, grounded to short. Tibbetts throws to first. And Warren is called out at first. So that's the first out of the inning. Looked safe from... And in steps Tanner Evans, swings at the first pitch from Albert. 0-1. The 0-1 from Albert. Swung on, hit in the air to center. Bell giving chase. Loses the lid and makes the play for out number 2. So in steps Jackson Curtis. You're back at first base. You're in game 2. Doubled to extend his all-time record in game 1. Pitch from Albert is away for ball 1. This is the 1-0. In for a strike. It's 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Albert kicks and delivers. 3-1. And the 3-1. Swung on, ripped foul in front of the Eagles dugout. So it's 3-2. And the 3-2. Swung on, ripped into the gap. That one's going to get down. Cut off, and it gets by the left fielder, Peterson. Curtis motoring on into second for his second double of the afternoon. And the Eagles get their first hit here in game 2. Albert on the season, 6.04 ERA in 7 appearances, 5 games started, a complete game on his ledger. 28 and a third, giving up 19 runs, 19 earned runs, 14 walks to just 6 strikeouts, and opponents are hitting .348 against the lefty. His last appearance was against the Owls of Presque Isle. Slide step from Albert, and a half-hearted swing did not go. Through 5 and picked up the loss to move to 1-5 in the year. Pitched 5 innings, gave up 10 hits, 6 earned runs, 7 runs total, and walked 2. The pitch is high and in, so 2-0 to the left-handed hitter Holmes. And the 2-2 in the dirt moves to 3-0. And the 3-0 to Holmes. Moves in there for strikes. It's 3-1. To Holmes. Inside, ball 4. So the Eagles get their second runner on base. And in steps Henry Lochier, who came in in the 3rd inning and was a double away from the cycle. He singled in the 3rd, tripled in the 5th, and homered in the 7th. So he went 3 for 3 yesterday in game 1 here. First pitch to Lozier is in for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Albert. Swung on, hit in the air to right. Wrigley underneath of it makes the play for out number 3. And the Eagles get 2 on, but strand both runners. And we head to the bottom of the 1st. Knotted up at 0 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Here for the bottom half of the first inning, Jake Willett with you. You're riding solo here in the booth, all by myself. First pitch from Leno is outside for ball one. Pretty much the same lineup for the Beavers. Wrigley, Coombs, Sargent are the three we'll see in this inning. At least to start. 2-0. We last saw Leno back on the 23rd when he pitched an inning of scoreless baseball against the Bobcats of Bates College. Leno's pitch outside, 3-0. Leno, a sophomore from Stratford, New Hampshire. 3-0 from Leno. Clips the corner, strike one. It's 3-1. And Wrigley walks to start the bottom half of the first. And in steps the second baseman, Nate Coombs. Still very steady rain here in Bangor. A rainy Sunday afternoon. Drag bunt attempt foul. It's 0-1 to Coombs. Eagles defensively. It is defensively for the Eagles. It's Warren, Hunter Curtis, Matt Holmes in the outfield with Evan Sear, Marshall, and Curtis in the Jackson Curtis in the infield, with Henry Logier back behind the dish catching Leno. One's outside. 1-1 to the second baseman Coombs. Another pitch outside. It's 2-1. Already some action up in the Eagles bullpen here. It's another southpaw up there. Pitch from Leno. Swung on, hit to left. Warren is there to make the play for out number one. So in steps Ryan Sargent. And Leno dots the corner there for strike one. Pitch from Leno. Outside. 1-1. And the 1-1. Big cut on and miss from Sargent, so it's 1-2. And the 1-2 runner on the move. Throw down from Lozier. The tag is in time. Beautiful toss and throw down there from Henry Lozier. So that's another runner caught stealing on the afternoon for the Eagles. They move up to 18 stolen runners caught stealing. That's the second time that Wrigley's been caught here in this one. And Sargent fouls that one off. 2-2 now. Leno back into the line, kicks and fires outside 3-2. Three-two pitch from Leno. Swung on and missed. And Jack Leno works around the leadoff walk and faces the minimum. And after one, we are knotted up at 0 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the second. And it is Hunter Curtis to step in against the lefty Albert. And the first pitch to Curtis. Low and away, ball one. The 1-0. In for a strike, 1-1. Curtis swings and fouls that one up the third baseline, and it moves to 1-2 to the center fielder. The 1-2. High and away, 2-2. And the 2-2. High and away, 3-2. And the payoff pitch from Albert to Hunter Curtis. Swung on, fouled off in front of the Eagles dugout. And we remain 3-2. And the 3-2. Swung on and missed for out number 1. First strikeout of the afternoon for Albert. And that'll bring in the designated hitter, Jack Cody. First pitch from Chris Albert is in for a strike on the outside half. So 0-1 to Cody. pitch. Low and in the dirt. So 1-1. A little quick pitch there from Albert. High and away, 2-1. And the 2-1. Runs inside on Cody. So it's 3-1. Here in the top half of the second inning. The pitch to Cody. Swung on, fouled off, filling up the count. 3-2. And the 3-2. Liner up the line, foul. So we'll stay 3-2. And 3-2. Low for ball 4. So Keegan Sear steps into the right-handed batter's box. Pitch. High and away, 1-0. Pickoff attempt. Slide step from Albert. That one's low, 2-0. Throw over to first. And Cody's back in with a dive. Another throw over. And another dive back from Cody. And another throw over. And another dive back from Cody. The 2-0 outside, 3-0. And another one. The 3-0 in on the corner for a strike. Three one. In for a strike. Cody goes down to second. And it's ball 4 anyway. So runners on first and second for Colin Marshall. Here's the pitch to Marshall. Low and away, 1-0. That one's in for a strike, 1-1. The 1-1 is in for a strike, 1-2. Albert sets at the belt. The 1-2. Swung on, grounder through the left side, a base hit. One run is going to score, and the Eagles take the 1-0 lead on the RBI single from Colin Marshall. Back to the top of the order here with Akira Warren, grounded out to short in the first. First pitch high for ball 1. The 1-0. Swung on, fouled off, and out of play. 1-1. Keegan Sear on second, Colin Marshall at first. So we are back here with a 1-1 count. Pitch. Outside, 2-1. And the 2-1. Swung on, fouled off out of play. So the count's even at 2-2 to the left fielder Warren. The 2-2. Runners on the move. That one's high and away, and Sear takes third on the stolen base. As both runners move up, Dorn not happy with the call. So it's a full count to Kira Warren. The infield now moves in. And the long stop at the top. And that one misses the zone, so Warren will walk here. And Tanner Evans has an opportunity to blow the game open here. We will have a mound visit. Back here, bases loaded. Here in the top half of the first. The first pitch to Tanner Evans is in the dirt for ball one. So the bases are loaded. Sear at third, Marshall at second, Warren at first. Infield playing back. Corners are playing even with the bags. Tanner Evans has the opportunity to blow the game open here. That one runs inside. 2-0. Albert working from the windup now on the third base side of the rubber. Kicks and fires. Low and away, 3-0. And the 3-0. In there for a strike, so it's 3-1. And the 3-1. Swung on. Through the left side of a base hit. One run scores. In comes Marshall. And it's a 2 RBI single for Tanner Evans. Poked that one past the outstretched glove of Cal Tibbetts at shortstop. So the Eagles take a 3-0 lead here for Jackson Curtis, who steps into the box with another great opportunity to drive in a couple more runs here for the Eagles. First pitch, slide step, big breaking ball high. 1-0. And here's the pitch. Is low, 2-0. Got an arm up in the Farmington bullpen. Here's the 2-0. Swung on and hit deep in the air. Front of the warning track. Bell on the warning track makes the play. Both runners tag and move up one spot. So Jackson Curtis gives that one a ride and hits it all the way to the warning track. And both runners advance. And in steps Matt Holmes. Albert going from the windup. And the pitch. In there for a strike. It's 0-1. And the pitch. That one's hit deep to right center. Back at the track, at the wall. And it gets down over the head of Bell. Holmes rounding second, and he walks into third with a 2 RBI triple. And the Eagles now lead 5-0. And in steps Henry Logier, the number 9 hitter in this inning. Ninth man to bat here for the Eagles is Logier. The pitch in at the top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. Pitch to Logier. Ooh, just a bit outside. 1-1. And the 1-1. Breaking ball in for a strike. 1-2. And the 1-2. Swung on, fouled off over my head here in the booth. 1-2. And the 1-2. And it hits Logier in the foot. So runners on the corners now for Hunter Curtis, who led off this inning. And he takes first pitch strike. Lozier takes second on the stolen base. So 1-1 to Hunter Curtis. Matt Holmes on third, Henry Lozier at second. Pitch in, 2-1. Curtis swings and misses, 2-2. And the 2-2. Swung on, hit in the air, giving chase is Pruitt, and makes the play in foul territory. But the Eagles score 5 in the top half of the second. We head to the bottom of the second. And it is 5-0 Eagles here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the second inning. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 to face the lefty Leno. First pitch to block is high and away. 1-0. In for a strike. That one inside, 2-1. That one outside, 3-1. 3-1, swing and a miss from block. So it's 3-2. Block swings and hits that one to right, and there to make the play is Holmes for out number 1. In steps the left fielder Peterson. First pitch from Leno is outside, 1-0. That one swung on and missed, so 1-1. That one right down the middle for a strike, 1-2. That one's fouled off, so stays 1-2. And the 1-2. In there, strike 3. So a pair of shoes there for Jack Leno. And he picks up his second strikeout of the afternoon. And there are 2 down. And in steps the third baseman, Johnny Pruitt. The pitch is high, 1-0. Pitch from Leno, swung on, fouled off. And the 1-1. Just off the plate. 2-1. Liner off of Leno. He comes off the mound, throws over to first. And in time. So Leno recovers after being hit with a comebacker. And the Beavers go 3 up, 3 down here in the second. After 2, 5-0 Eagles here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Jack Cody stepping in here in the top half of the third after the Eagles brought 10 men to the plate. In the second, first pitch from Albert is low for ball one. The 1-0. Swung on, ripped down the line. Foul. So it is 1-1 to the DH, Jack Cody. Softs out high and away, 2-1. So it'll be Cody, Sear, Marshall, 7-8-9 due up for the Eagles. Ground ball to third. Pruitt tosses over to first and in time for out number one. In steps Keegan Sear, who walked, scored a run, stole a base in the second inning. Part of the long second inning for the Eagles. And the pitch from Albert is in for a strike. And the 0-1. Outside, 1-1. And the 1-1. Swung on, hitting the air to right. Wrigley giving chase. Comes back and makes the play in right for out number two. And the first pitch to Marshall is ball one. And that one clips the corner for strike one. The 1-1. Swung on and missed from Marshall, 1-2. The 1-2. Swung on, hitting the air to right. Wrigley coming on in and makes the play for out number three. So 3 up, 3 down for the Eagles. We head to the bottom of the third. Eagles still up 5-0 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. And back here for the bottom of the third, Ben Phillips, the big lefty from Canada, takes over on the hill for the Eagles after 2 solid innings of work from Jack Lano. And the first pitch from Phillips is in for a strike. Swung on and missed, 0-2. Phillips is going to face 7, 8, 9 in the bottom half of the third. And the 0-2. Low and away, 1-2. And swung on and missed. So Phillips picks up his first strikeout on the first batter he sees. So TJ Dorn stepping in here. The pitch outside. So 2-0 to count. Pitch in for a strike, 2-1. Phillips battling back into the count, 2-2. And the 2-2. Very late swing fouled off. And the 2-2. Ground ball back to Phillips. He tosses over to first and picks up the second out. First pitch to Bell is a curveball low, ball 1. Pitch low, 2-0. That one fouled off to the back screen. So 2-1. And the 2-1 from Phillips. Fouled off again, 2-2. The 2-2 is in the dirt, so it's full count now. Ground ball. Diving stop from Sear. From his knee, throw to first. Picked out by Curtis in time. What a play there from Keegan Sear. Diving to his left and making a strong toss from his knee to get Bell. So Farmington 9 up, 9 down. Eagles lead by 5 after 3 on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the fourth. It'll be the top of the Eagles order now to get another crack at Chris Albert, Warren Evans Curtis to face the lefty. First pitch in for a strike. 0-1. Ground ball dribbled up the line, foul. The 0-2. Swung on and missed. So Warren strikes out swinging to open up the fourth. In steps Tanner Evans. First pitch outside for ball one. Strike one, excuse me. The 0-1. In liner caught there by Coombs for out number 2. The first pitch to Jackson Curtis swung on and a liner into right field for a base hit. So first pitch swinging there from Jackson Curtis. And we'll have a pitching change here. And we will step aside Matt Holmes to face the new arm when we come back. 5-0 Eagles on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here, Matt Holmes stepping in with 2 outs to face the new pitcher, Maddox Santone. And Matt Holmes takes a massive swing at that one. Pitch. Holmes swings and fouls that one off towards the left side, giving chase out there, and that one will get down in foul territory. And the 0-2. Swung on, hit in the air. Giving chase is the third baseman, Pruitt. And that one drops in foul. So it stays 0-2. Pitch is high and away. The throw down. And that one sneaks in. Jackson Curtis sneaks in with a stolen base. So 1-2. That one's high, 2-2. The 2-2. Holmes swings, fouls that one off, out of play. Remains 2-2. And the 2-2. High and away, 3-2. Three-two, swung on and fouled off. So we'll stay 3-2. Looks like it caught Doran on the way back. Matt Holmes takes ball 4. So runners on first and second. Here for the catcher, Henry Lozier. Here's the pitch. In for a strike. The 0-1. Low for ball 1. The 1-1. High, 2-1. And the pitch, low, 3-1. Three one. Fouled off. 3-2. So 3-2, 2 outs. Both runners will be on the move here. The 3-2 is high for ball 4. So bases will be loaded for Hunter Curtis. And the pitch to Hunter Curtis. In for a strike. Still very steady rain here. Decent crowd turnout, even with the rain. From both sides. Santone pitch. Swung on, hit in the air to right. Giving chase is Sargent. Giving chase is the second baseman Coombs. He makes the play in short right field. And the Eagles strand the bases loaded. And after 3.5, Eagles still up 5-0 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the fourth inning, Tanner Audietis comes into the ball game to replace Ben Phillips. And he will face the top of the Farmington order and throws a first pitch strike to Wrigley. And that one's in for strike 2. The 0-2. Swung on and poked into left field for a base hit. So the first hit of the afternoon of game 2 here for the Beavers. That one's hit out to right. Holmes giving chase and is there to make the play for out number 1. And the first pitch to Sargent swung on and missed. And the pitch. Liner into left field for a base hit. So the Beavers starting to threaten here in the bottom half of the 4th. In steps Jamison Block. First pitch to Block, in for a strike at the bottom of the zone. Pitch is in for a strike, 0-2. And the 0-2 from Audietis swung on and missed. Way out in front was Block. And he strikes out for out number 2. Audietis picks up his first strikeout. So in steps Sam Peterson. That one sneaks behind to the backstop. So both runners will advance on the wild pitch. Two 0 now to Peterson. That one's hit foul, giving chases Curtis, and makes the over-the-shoulder play out in deep right field foul territory for out number 3. So the Beavers get 2 on, but can't get any across. Eagles still up 5-0 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Top of the 5th here at the Winkin Sports Complex. Jake Collette with you. It is 5-0 after 4. First pitch from Santone is high to Jack Cody for ball 1. Santone will face Cody, Sear, and Marshall, 7, 8, 9 for the Eagles. First pitch, line foul. The 1-1 from Santone is low, 2-1. Eighth appearance of the year for Santone. He kicks and fires. Low and away, 3-1. Cody walked and scored in the second, grounded out to third in the third. And Cody will reach first with ball 4. And that'll bring up Keegan Sear. Sear walked in the second, stole a base in the second, scored, and flew out to right in the third. First pitch, bunt attempt. That one sneaks by Dorn. And the throw down to second is not in time. So 1-0 count to Sear with a runner on second. Pitch, bunt attempt pulled back. It's 2-0. The 2-0 from Santone. Beautiful bunt there from Sear, and he will reach first. So now runners on the corners for Colin Marshall after the bunt single. In steps Colin Marshall. And we will have a meeting at the mound. And it'll be a pitching change here. We will get you the name on the other side. Runners on the corners with no outs here in the top half of the 5th on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here after the pitching change, it is the lefty Kyle Sawyer, junior from Saco, Maine. Ninth appearance of the season, has an 18 ERA, 7 innings pitched. The first pitch, bunted, foul. Sawyer's last appearance was against Leslie. He threw an inning, gave up 2 hits, 2 runs. Both were unearned and picked up a strikeout. Opponent's hitting .290 off the lefty. Both runners are responsible of Santone. Pitch. Ooh, just about outside. 1-1 the count. And the pickoff attempt, throw down from Sargent, is in time. So Sear gets caught stealing. Goes 1-3-6 for the first out of the inning. So it is 1-1 to Colin Marshall. And the pitch, high and away, 2-1. Pitch is away, 3-1. High and away, ball 4. So Marshall heads down to first. So in steps the leadoff hitter, Akira Warren. Throw over to first, and Marshall back standing. And the pitch is outside, 1-0 to Warren. Throw over to first, and Marshall back in standing. The 1-0. Outside, 2-0 to Akira Warren. Warren grounded out to short in the first, walked and scored in the second, and struck out swinging in the fourth. The 2-0 is in for a strike. So it's 2-1. Warren swings and hits that one to center. Bell started in, now moves back. And underneath of it to make the play. Both runners tag and move up a base. So a sac fly for Akira Warren. And the Eagles extend their lead to 6 now. In steps Tanner Evans with a runner on second. First pitch, outside for ball 1. Next pitch is in for a strike. So 1-1. Evans flew out to center in the first, singled and scored in the second, and lined out to second in the fourth. And the pitch, outside, 2-1. Pitch is in for a strike. So it's 2-2 with 2 outs here in the top half of the fifth. Eagles lead 6-0 here over the Beavers. And the pitch, swung on, fouled off, and it stays 2-2. And the 2-2, hit on a line to right, and gets by the diving Wrigley out in right field. It's going to roll all the way to the wall. 1 run is in, and Evans holds up at third with an RBI triple. So it is 7-0 now. Eagles lead. So in steps Jackson Curtis with a runner in scoring position. First pitch to Curtis on the corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Pitch outside, 1-1. Pitch clips the bottom of the zone. It's 1-2. And the 1-2. Off the plate, 2-2. Ground ball to second. Coombs on to first. Dug out by Sargent. 4 out, number 3. But the Eagles tack on 2 more in the fifth. We head to the bottom half of the fifth. Eagles up 7-0 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. And Johnny Pruitt leads off the bottom half of the fifth inning with a single off the new pitcher Avery Lawrence, who pitched last on the 29th at Thomas through 2 innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 earned run, 2 runs total, 2 walks, and a strikeout. And we have a pinch runner here for Pruitt. It is Will Harriman. Short lead over at first for Harriman. And the first pitch into Tibbetts is a strike. So it's 0-1. Tibbetts fouls that one off, so it's 0-2 now. And the 0-2 from Lawrence. Swung on and missed. So Avery Lawrence picks up his first strikeout of the afternoon. So 1 out in the inning for the catcher, TJ Dorn. First pitch swinging, and he fouls that one off. Out of play, 0-1. Swung on and missed, 0-2. And TJ Dorn hits that one over the head of Jackson Curtis. So 2 runners on now for Grayson Bell. Pitch from Lawrence is low, ball 1. The 1-0 from Lawrence is in there for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 is low, 2-1 now. The 2-1 swung on, fouled off, evening up the count at 2-2. And the 2-2 from Lawrence. Swung on and caught by Jackson Curtis with the slide. So, and it's the second out of the inning. And it'll lead to the top of the order for the Beavers and Ike Wrigley. Ground ball back to Lawrence. And he tosses over to first for the third out. So the Beavers get 2 on, but can't get one across. We head to the 6th. Eagles up 7-0 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the 6th inning. Lucas Tuttle comes in for the 3rd time in the series. And Matt Holmes steps in, takes the first pitch ball. And the second one outside 2-0. Sam Parcel takes over at third base after Will Harriman pinch ran in the bottom half of the 5th. 3-0. The 3-0 in for a strike. And the 3-1. Swung on, grounded up the first base line and foul. So the count moves to 3-2. And Holmes takes ball 4. So the Eagles get a runner on here to start the 6th. Losier flies out to right for the first out of the frame. First pitch called a ball to Hunter Curtis. The 1-0 in the dirt, 2-0. The 2-0 on the corner, 2-1. The 2-1 swung on, grounded up the line, foul. It's 2-2. And Hunter Curtis pops it up. And there to make the play is Dorn in foul territory for out number 2. Jack Cody stepping in here. And we will have another pitching change here. And we'll get you the name on the other side. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Eagles lead 7-0 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. First pitch is in for a strike to Jack Cody. Matt Marquis takes over on the mound. The 0-1. Swung on, fouled off. 0-2. Cody swings and flies that one into the deep center, and Bell is there to make the play to retire the side. And after 5.5, the Eagles lead 7-0 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the 6th inning. And Matt Wallingford heads on to the hill. Coming out of the pen for the Eagles. Wallingford on the year, 1.83 ERA, 6 appearances. First one, bunted foul. Wallingford, 1.83 ERA on the season, 3-1, 1 complete game, 34 1/3 innings pitched, only 7 earned runs allowed. Opponents are hitting a minuscule 192 off the hard throwing righty. His last outing was a couple weeks ago here at the Winkin against Cobleskill through 7 innings. Give it 3 hits and punched out 8. The 0-2. Swung on and missed for strikeout number 1 for Matt Wallingford. Welcome back to the hill, sir. In steps Ryan Sargent. And the first pitch, swung on, fouled off. 0-1. Wallingford kicks and fires. Big breaking ball in for a strike. Beautiful, beautiful breaking ball there from Wallingford. And that one grounded to third. Evans moves to his left, fires over to first for out number 2. In steps Jamison Block. Jameson Block ahead in the count 2-0. And the 2-0 from Wallingford swung on, fouled off. 2-2 one from Wallingford. Swung on and missed. It's a 2-2. And the 2-2. Swung on and hit deep into left. Warren giving chase at the track and makes the running play. So a 3-up, 3-down inning for Matt Wallingford and his return to the mound. We head to the 7th. Eagles up 7 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Here for the top of the 7th. It'll be 8, 9, and 1. Do it for the Eagles. Sear, Marshall, and Warren to face the lefty Marquis. And the first pitch to Sear swung on, fouled off. 0-1. The 0-1 from Marquis runs inside. One and 1 the count. Sear fouls that one off at the plate. So 1-2. And the 1-2. High 2-2. Marquis thought he had strike 3. The 2-2. Inside 3-2. And the 3-2 from Marquis is in the dirt for ball 4. And in steps Colin Marshall. Marshall singled in the second, flew out to right in the third, and walked in the fifth. Bunted foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Marquis is in the dirt. 1-1. That one high and away, 2-1. The 2-1. High again, 3-1. And the 3-1. Sear off with the pitch, swung on and missed. Throw down to second. So it's 3-2 to Colin Marshall. And that one's high for ball 4. So 2 runners on here for the top of the Eagles order. And Akira Warren steps to the plate off to face Marquis. And the first pitch is low and in for ball 1. And the 1-0. Swung on, hit in the air to right. Both runners tagging. That one gets down. And the bases will be loaded for Tanner Evans. First pitch to Evans is low and in for ball 1. The 1-0. In on the corner for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Hits Evans on the foot. So another run will come across the plate. And the Eagles now lead. Eagles now lead 8-0. And we will have a meeting at the mound. And we will have another pitching change here at the Lincoln. Bases loaded for the Eagles here. And the new arm will face Jackson Curtis here in the top half of the seventh on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. And the new pitcher for the Beavers is the lefty Jackson Joyce to face Jackson Curtis with the bases loaded here and no outs. In the top of the seventh, first pitch from Joyce. Swung on, hit deep to left, and right in front of the warning track is Peterson to make the play. All the runners will move up, though. So the Eagles extend their lead to 9-0. And the first pitch to Matt Holmes is runs high and in. 1-0. That one goes all the way to the backstop. And Warren's going to slide in and score. So now it is 10-0 here. The 2-0. Swung on and hit a mile foul. So 2-1 is the count to Matt Holmes. The pitch from Joyce. Big looping breaking ball and foul into the stands. So it is 2-2. Count to the left-handed power hitter. Two. The 3-2 pitch to Matt Holmes, and that one's inside for ball 4. So Matt Holmes walks for the 4th time today in this game. Bringing up Henry Lozier. With one out here in the top half of the 7th. And the pitch. Swung on, hit into right field for a base hit. 1 run will score. And Matt Holmes will hold up at second. And it is 11-0 now. Joyce steps off. Hunter Curtis in at the plate with 2 runners on and 1 out here in the top half of the 7th. And the throw. And Holmes gets back in. The pitch. Slow breaking ball in for a strike. So 0-1 to Hunter Curtis. And the pitch. Swung on and grounded into left field for a base hit. 1 run will score. And it stays runners at first and second. And the Eagles extend their lead to 12-0. Tyler Michaud takes over for Jack Cody. It's the pinch hitter. First pitch to Michaud, high and away, ball 1. The 1-0 to Michaud. This is ball 2. The 2-0 to Michaud is in for a strike. Pitch outside, 3-1. Michaud, the 9th man to bat here. The 3-1. In there for a strike. So 3-2 now, the count. In the 3-2. Swung on and missed. Micho strikes out swinging for out number 2. And we have So after the hockey substitutions here for Farmington, we have 2 outs here, and the pitch to Sear is in for a strike. And the 0-1. Swung on, hit in the air to center. Underneath of it is the center fielder, and he makes the play for out number 3. So we head to the bottom half of the 7th. The Eagles lead 12-0 here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. We head to the bottom of the 7th, and Noah Hurd takes over on the mound for the Eagles. And he will get 5, 6, and 7. First pitch to Peterson is in for a strike. And it's 0-1. Count moves to 1-1. The 1-1. Swung on, fouled off at the plate. 1-2. Curveball fouled off, stays 1-2. And the 1-2. Swung on, hit deep to left center. Back goes Warren, and it's over his head, and it'll run up against the wall. Peterson hesitates, takes the turn to third. The throw in is over the head of Evans. And it is a leadoff triple for Sam Peterson to start the bottom of the 7th. And we will have a pinch runner for Peterson. It'll be Sam Wrigley. And now Sam Parcell. So Parcell steps in for his first at bat of the day after coming in as a defensive replacement. Swings at the first pitch and fouls it off to the right field side. 0-1. The 0-1. Swung on and missed. 0-2. Hurd sets. And the 0-2. Swung on, fouled off. It remains 0-2. And the 0-2. In there, strike 3. A pair of shoes for Noah Hurd for out number 1. And that brings in Tyler Rosa. Hitting .219 on the season, 2 doubles, 9 RBIs. Went 0 for 1 in yesterday's contest. And the pitch from Hurd. Inside, ball 1. The 1-0. Swung on and missed. So it count evens up at 1. The 1-1. In there for a strike. Well, it's 1-2 now. And the 1-2. Swung on, grounded to first. And there to make the play is Jackson Curtis. And he makes the throw to the plate. And the runner Wrigley gets caught up. And Jackson Curtis throws out the runner at third to end the ball game. So the Eagles split the doubleheader. They win game 2, 12-0. I'm Jake Willett. Thank you for joining me this entire afternoon. And the Eagles will host the North Atlantic Conference playoffs starting on Thursday right here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change your life. It might change their life. Goodbye.